Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, is it Friday or Thursday? It might be Friday. It's Friday. Welcome to the end of the week. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, and yeah, I'm here for it. Hope you are too. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Thank you so much for being here on YouTube and Twitch. And a big thank you to JPEG for the most recent follow on Twitch and Far Behind for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Gotta get down on Friday, 7 a.m. All right. Hey, Buckington. Thanks so much for joining. Catch you later. So, today, what are we doing? We're working on more level design, at least for now. I've been germinating some ideas in my head, actually. Around things that I might do with Insignia long term. I was feeling, a little anxious this morning, and in general around like the kind of like release schedule of what I'm working on. There are a few things that I've had to sort of just reprocess. And it's always important. We did this yesterday where we talked through the entire project and kind of where that's going and why I'm making the decisions I'm making and why I'm working on what I'm working on right now. There is a critical decision that I made that I've been continuously making since like 2018 to now, where I made the decision. Oh, Vikria, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Yeah, I made this decision basically to not release the game as multiple parts, right? And I've been working with that logic for the duration of the game's development, right? People have asked the question, like, why don't you just release the parts separately? There are 5 parts, you just release 5 bits. And there were very good reasons that I had, mostly around not being able to keep up with any kind of like release pace or schedule. And also the story not having a really good break point. And so like, a place where you could chop it. I've been reconsidering that recently, just thinking about like the climate of where the game is at, where my journey is at, and kind of trying to be someone who is more compromising. I think that's like the biggest thing, is I've been very set in my ways up until now about like what the game is story-wise and how it can be divided or not divided. And I've been feeling, since we've been doing a little bit of work on the funding demo, specifically the decision that we made yesterday to kind of compress down these like 3 ability unlock sections into one. Exploring this has kind of given me a bit of a fresh perspective on like, I was on a walk this morning and I was thinking about the lore of the game, and I was thinking about how some of the story beats, now that I've got the magic system in the game sorted to where it is right now, some of those story beats are they kind of shift things a little bit, and the logic of how the abilities work is a little different. One of the key reasons why I didn't want to split the game up until now was that I didn't want player progression to be this thing where you have to relearn the game every time there's a new release. I really hated that idea of like, you finish chapter 1 and then like a year and a half later, chapter 2 comes out and it's like, oh, how do I play this game again? That was one of the reasons why I didn't want the game to come out in parts. But I was reflecting on the ability system and how currently the work that I've done on the inputs for that system and the unlock mechanisms and how the access to the abilities is very limited to the world locations that you're in, there really is a much lower barrier for entry for using the abilities. Once you understand the system, which is more of a conceptual thing than like a fingers thing. It's not like a, can you figure out how to do a Hadoken? It's more like, do you understand the exchange of how the rules of magic in this game? Once I'm at that place and where the game is right now, I really kind of, I've just been reflecting a little bit that, like, you know, you probably could be dropped into chapter 3 if you'd gone through the tutorial at some point in the game, you know, years, maybe even a year before playing chapter 3. If you just like played a bit of chapter 1, understood the systems, and then fell off it and then came back like a year later, the experience is not really going to change that much. So I don't know, just a bunch of that stuff coming together has made me just feel a little bit like, I probably could release this game in 3 parts. Chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, and then all of the rest of the game is 5. You know, maybe. And it would mean basically the reasons why I would ever want to do that are essentially lower risk. So if you release the game multiple times at smaller pieces, you are able to fund the later chapters with the profit on the previous chapters. So you basically create more of like an engine rather than like a one hit thing. And another really, really big reason was just me considering my journey as a game developer and as a director and the cost that it takes me, the cost that I incur working on one big game. You know, I always tell people that I don't recommend doing this way because it's almost like a decade of my life taken in anticipation of something happening, which is not particularly healthy. 10 years waiting for something to happen is not like great. And 10 years climbing a mountain trying to get to a summit is not great either. Whereas, like, you know, if you can chunk it out, it can be, you know, it's more, you get more positive feedback, you know, emotionally, financially, there's more chance of growth, you know, in the middle. So that is still, you know, I'm still ruminating on that particular dynamic, that this notion of, you know, if it's ever a really good reason, if things ever change that make the game more feasible to break up into 3 chapters and 3 different releases, if not 3 different releases, even just like an early access with 3, like, you know, part 1 coming out and then part 2 remaining in early access. So you only have to purchase the game once, but like having it come out in 3 parts. If ever that's a feasible thing to do, it's worth exploring. So I've just noted, I've just put a little twist in my neuron where that little part of my brain is stored. Just reminding myself that that's probably now more than ever an idea that is worth thinking about. Would an initial beta release like Baldur's Gate 3 be beneficial? Yeah, it's something like that. There's actually been a few examples recently that have convinced me that it's not a terrible idea. So Final Fantasy Remake is releasing in 3 parts. That's an RPG. That's straight progression. So like, how do they make that work? You know, fair enough. They've made it work. Baldur's Gate is another one. And they're both examples of games that are very story heavy, and players don't seem to. It hasn't really seemed to hurt them. You know, there's both huge releases. Baldur's Gate was Game of the Year last year. So this assumption that I've had of like, hey, if you're making a story-based game, you want to release it as one thing so that people can consume it as one thing. That's not, I don't think that that's necessarily the way that people consume media today. Maybe like 6-7 years ago, you could probably make that argument more than today. I think it's something about the way that, if I had to like delve into why I think that's possible today more than before, I would say media has changed such that there's always so much coming out at any one time and there is so much space for niches. You know, there's so much space for a little community that's excited about this thing, and then they're playing it, they're experiencing it, and then at some later date, it kind of gets reborn, and another group experiences it for the first time as if it was just releasing. And particularly, like, this is like new seasons of TV shows. This happens. You get like a wave of people coming in and jumping on the bandwagon, or you know, new in this case, like new parts of something coming out, or something coming out of early access into full release. There are almost like multiple chances of hitting, and that's very similar to, I guess, how like a lot of media is created these days. So it's more when you do social media, you know, you put out a lot of content and you try to hook people over time. You know, you try to cast a wider net that's out for longer. So, you know, with YouTube, that's the case. Things are just becoming more short form, more digestible, more propagatable. I don't know, but so that's something that I'm just thinking about. You know, no hard plans at the moment to change or pivot, but I think by April I will have to consider this quite strongly. There's one more reason why I'm considering this. This is a big one. The grant fund that I'm looking to get, that is limited to projects that have a funding goal, total funding goal of 500,000 Australian dollars. So they are contributing 100,000 to projects that are as large as 500,000 in terms of their total required budget. I budget Insignia at being at almost double that. At least that's like the thinking. You know, my first initial like best case scenario budget was like over $1 million. I think there is a $600,000 budget for the full game, but it's very I don't know how you know, achievable that is. I might have to shrink the game just a little bit, but I think releasing in 3 parts, 500,000 is very doable. You know, so the idea of releasing the game at 500k for just the first 2 chapters, full polish, full everything, and then releasing it like having another release later for the next 2, having the income from the game would then shift. You know, the budget becomes the game generates revenue at that point. You know, it's made money from sales, and therefore its budget can grow naturally with the sales. So it's just another thing that I've been thinking about. There's a lot of these little reasons that are just sort of stacking up, and at some point they might tip the scales for us to end up with a 3-part release, or even like a 2-part release or something. So that's all. Just thinking about stuff. No major changes today. So, I have also, I mean, obviously I've been thinking about this unlock stuff and like how I rationalize the player getting 3 abilities at once, and just the flow of, you know, what does it mean to get a new ability. For now, I'm not going to dwell too much on that stuff. Instead, I'm just been focusing on building level spaces out. So let's just talk really quickly. I have my ensign system, and I have my template catalog. So all of these little chunks are puzzle pieces that I can just plug into the levels as ways of, you know, testing the player on specific abilities. And these exist in the game over here, right? Every ability has like a cluster of level sections that I've created already. So what I'm doing today is I'm taking some of these clusters and I'm dragging them over to the actual story content, and basically, you know, putting them into this little demo. So basically this dungeon is now becoming like 7 or 8 rooms. And those rooms are, oh, did that just jump all the way over there? I don't know what just happened. Where's my level gone? Is it? This level. Where are you? No? Huh. I don't know where the level went. Where did it go? It was right here. Now it's gone. It needs to exist. I can't really search for them. Oh, this is a first. Hey pals. Let's go hunt for the node that went missing. This is the level. Scan that. Take a photo. Save that. Okay, there it is. Jeez Louise. Do I use GIMP? No, I have used GIMP many years ago, but not recently. Hey, Scarfstone. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. So, yeah, basically what I do is I have like a feature, right? So this is just like a level piece that foundationally, we were talking about design yesterday. This is like a piece of that design foundation. So this level might end up being a lot bigger than this. So this room could be bigger, could be not smaller, but it needs to have, if this room, so if you get the wall run ability here, the wall climb here, the first challenge needs to be this challenge. So that's how I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about the tent pole moments, and I'm sticking the tent poles up first, and then we can drape the rest of it around that. So I've also been doing a little bit of work on some of these tessellations. So the rules are correct now. They're a bit better, but the actual tile tessellations need to be a little more finely tuned. So I've been working on this tile set a little bit. So this is fairly straightforward. You know, you beat the enemy here, you climb up here, you can jump off to get a special secret at the end, or you can go up and jump off early to continue through the rest of the level. Hey, Dead Tree, welcome. So, that's all cool. Obviously these levels don't like look very good yet. They're just levels. They're not really supposed to look like anything yet. I can obviously throw in a background if I need to. So I can just chuck this in here and hey, we've got a forest background. But I think you can see how a lot of this is kind of, I've kit bashed the levels together, so a lot of this stuff doesn't really go here. This is Unity. Yeah. So, like I was saying, the point of this is that when I go to my funding demo scene, I can create these basically like little places for the player to have to solve puzzles and flex their abilities. Okay. So let's keep going. I think oh, thank you, Vero. I definitely want to see like this. This is a stellar one. This one needs to come with us for sure. Probably towards the end of the little chunky demo. I haven't got anything that's just pure flame charge, so do I have that set in? No. Okay, let's create it. File, save as, or instead, flame charge. Hey. Oh. Like this super easy. Hey, James Fanciest. Thank you so much for the bits. Welcome. What might be cool here is if we kind of expand this out a little bit into something with a bit of a wall ride moment, into a jump, into a nice big one of these, and this way I can do this. And this is probably going to be a... Hey, thanks for the follow. I kind of want to enter and exit the same way. I mean, not the same way. I want to exit up here. Which means this needs to kind of be a little higher. We can do this. This would need to be a bit higher again. And I just today made my first one step up version of these blocks. So now it's not as funky as it was before. That's going to be way too hard, but that might be okay. Okay. Isometric tile sets. 32 pixels is pretty common. Usually you have like four corners of a tile are 16 pixels each. Isometric. So it's like, typically it's like this. think it can go smaller. I'm not sure. Yeah. So you can go like this. Yeah, that's the version I think I do. 16 per edge. Yeah, that's the size. So this is 32 by 32. That's bigger. That's 64 by 64. It's too big. Cool. So let's keep going. This is looking a little tight. I might try to... I've been noticing that I tend to put roofs on things that maybe it makes them a little... I don't know. Something about putting a roof on something is not ideal. Now, why is that happening? It looks like... I was doing a little bit of work on the tessellation rules for these. That's fine there. And then there's no deeper rule where I think this is the problem. It's because this is a rule. I think. It's left facing, but that doesn't... Oh yeah, straight above it, this. Oh, come on. Is it this? Nothing is replacing it. The side wall is getting... I see. Oh gosh. I think I may have to be more specific then about what goes up here. That is quite tough. Basically, it's this is replacing this. I could swap these. I could make these guys go over here so they get processed later, but that might just trade one problem for another one. See what happens. So that will be fixed, but then there'll be some scenario elsewhere where it won't work, I think. Anyway, let's not complain now. So this is... this. Oh, cool. So for this one, you'll need to go beat... Oh, okay. We're missing some ground here. I see. Let's step up. I just added that today. So it's right here. This doesn't have a collider. Oh, it does have a collider. So what doesn't have a collider? Do these all have colliders? Nope, this one doesn't. Now it does. Looks like a feature. Okay, it's fixed now though. Not sure how I feel about this situation. What is that? I think that's because the walls rules happen later. So my little step up logic is here, but the walls are here. So I could take that step up stuff. It's really interesting because like some of this stuff, it's like, what is the right order for some of these rules? You typically you want, yeah, see that doesn't work. You want specific stuff to come later. That's the logic. The more specific stuff comes after the less specific. So less specific is just like smaller rules. Bigger rules are more specific. Chronicle, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much. 31 months in a row. Hyper Jammies. Let's go. So the problem is, I think it's that I did this. This ground shouldn't be specified here. We don't know what that is. But that means that an earlier rule should replace it, which is okay. Yeah, except what is this? This is because the wall rule comes before the ground rule. Or comes after. So this comes after this. So now, and this is where we're going to run into that problem, I think. If I move the stuff over to here, now we're going to have the deeper problem. So the fact that there is a wall here doesn't tell us anything about what should be here. I think, But we've put walls here and we've put grass after. So now I'm not sure. That looks fine to me. Hey, Jarek, thank you so much for the sub and the follow. Welcome, welcome. What is this? This is just like a normal thing, which is... Oh, it's a different wall. What? With the little circle guy in it? It's not this, is it? No. So what rule are we looking at? This? Oh, it is that. Oh, yeah. That's fine. I can make this less specific. Boom. That's better. And then on the step up, this, I guess, should be something a little less... we don't assume what this is, right? So we don't know yet. Davian, thank you so much. Or HD Aviant? HDaviant? Thank you so much for the 10 bits. And Raul Vas, thank you so much for the follow. So we could put that there. Or we could put something less less presumptuous here. I don't see the harm in it. I think we're okay. Oh, well, yeah, that's a bit of an issue. It's not that bad, though. It kind of looks fine. I think I'm prepared to live with it. Okay, I'll call you Davian. I don't know what to call you. So this wall vine, I'm going to put here. Instead of on the wall that you're supposed to grab. That's a little sneaky. And then I'm going to put a little... maybe I make this go a little higher. It's quite tight. Maybe I can push this across and push this back one. Yeah, that's better. And then I might give this a bit more, bit more space. And then maybe bring the whole thing over. Have a previous room. Little chamber. Sure, whatever. Looks good. So the idea here would be something like... take this, take a goat. Put the goat here. Oh, he doesn't like that. I think he should look... his depth check should be a little deeper on his how far he's prepared to check if he's allowed to walk or not. Like that. And maybe not as deep. Maybe it's just like that. That's a lot of raycasts. But he needs to be able to run down slopes, so... got him. Cool, so we can do this. It's not going to help us get out of there. Well, I suppose it can if you know exactly what you're doing. And then we can do this. And then we can do this, into this, and then into this. Maybe I'll make it a bit tighter. Still got this problem. This is us when we get to, what is it? It's the top of this little kink section, which is this, at the top of it, it doesn't work. That's because this comes before this. But I don't know if that's going to help us if we move this. We already did this, right? We just shuffled this over to here. So, yeah. Maybe it's like this. Maybe the grass needs to come last. Then this. Then this. That looks pretty good. Right here. Mostly good. Yeah, it's really that there's a conflict between these two. So I do need to get more specific. Let's go back, because I think I liked it the way that I had it, actually. Well, no, let's go forward. And then we need one more rule that's like this, but deeper. How do I counter this? How do I combat this? I'm just thinking about it a bit more. So this happens because this is technically a wall. How does this win? This wins if I say specifically that there is this, because this rule comes after this rule. That's what's happening. But more specifically, I guess we could check to see what's either side of this. I could say like this warrants that, not just that. And that way that this needs empty here and here. Or I could say if there are, you know, if you get this Z thing with this, then I say what goes here, and that becomes like the one that I just did. The only problem is then if I have something that goes like, well, you know what? Let's see. Maybe we could be more specific. So it's really just this tile that we're talking about. We're saying we want to see like that on this point. Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see. I mean, it definitely worked, except not here. It does look better everywhere. So by that same logic, we should be doing something here and there that's the same, but I'll leave it for now. I don't want to get too crazy with it. Is there a reason I don't put something like that there, or even more like this? Or even that? Or even well, yeah, that is that. Yeah, why don't I do that? I don't know yet. We're going to find out. This, I think, what is this? I guess it's like... I mean, they are the most specific rules. Oh, hang on a second. Uh-huh. That's why. I messed up. Still nothing. What is this? Where do we see this little boy? Little green something. I mean, what did it look like? It would look like big and brown at the top and then diagonally down into green. This. That's what we're looking at. But that's there? What? No way. Really? This rule is still the most accurate rule for this? 1, 2, hole. Oh, did I deliberately neglect to fill that in? Did I do that on purpose? I think I might have. No, but what's that? Look at me. Look at that. It's like exactly the same rule, right? If I take this and then I remove this and this, doesn't this prototype rule fit there? It does. It's exactly the same. No, it's not. Ah, it's not because it doesn't have this extra bit. It doesn't have that. Ah. Well then. Hey, Ruby Lock. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I see it now. That's a very minor bug. That's a very, not bug, but a very minor problem. I don't want to add a whole extra rule just for that additional break, but I might have to. There's another way to do this though. There is another way. I think there is. And it's right around here. I think I can do a rule that says something like this. If you see this and this and this and this, and this and this, that should be 100% downward facing ground. There would be there are going to be lighter versions of this. I'll be able to streamline it, but for now, let's just say, what do we use for the base ground tool? It's this one. Okay, that's all we need to say. As long as all of that's true, that should look like. Nope. Okay. Well, see you later, pals. Why? Why did that not work? Because of this? But that's not deeper as a rule. Am I wrong? Is this not what I'm actually looking at here? Oh, come on, that fits. Ah, it worked. Okay. Somehow I was mistaken. I mightn't have saved the file. Maybe that's what it was. Okay, cool. Oh, wow, that's much better. Okay, and now we can do the same for I think we actually can just leave it at that. This is all fine, except I think this is maybe winning over this rule. That's why we're seeing this as if it's a... If you ignore this, it looks like this is a right angle. But then this needs to be a different thing. But I don't know what that would be. I don't think I have a tile for that. So instead, I'll just draw around it. But then I also don't have a tile for that. And now I do. I have a tile for that. Oh, it's a little funky, you know. Yeah, this is called tiled. So like here, you know, I don't think this is wrong. I just think that these two need to be a little darker so that the lightest color, this one here, doesn't breach past this line. But otherwise, this is looking actually great. This is looking so good. This, I don't think I have a solution for. Or do I? This is like... This is trying to say, hey, like there's nothing here. Like, we're all good. And then this is trying to say, hey, I'm the ground. Like, where's my bottom ground? So, I could put in a rule that was like, if you have something that looks like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then here and here. Then you do this. Wait, I don't think it's 6. I think it's fewer. I think it's 5. Four. It's even fewer than that. Okay. Ooh, this is hard. This? I guess so. I think the mistake here is actually just whatever this is determining what's up here, and it probably shouldn't. It's this. Nice. Pretty good. That's fine. That I buy it. Three is a little dicey. I don't know about 3 though. Oh, hey Trance. You're figuring it out? Are you watching it based on, like, are you learning just by watching? So all it is, the way that it works, man, I don't know how many times I'm going to make this tutorial, but I'll explain it for those of you who are kind of wondering. This rule tile, this rule page, what it does is supplies a bunch of rules for how this, right, this empty grid turns automatically into this, okay? And what it does is it starts reading from the very top, and it reads all the way down the list, looking at all of the rules. And the rules are defined as any section that's not gray, right? So this, because it's some logic that doesn't connect to any other logic, that's one rule. This is another rule. This is another rule. And it reads them based on their top left filled in tile. So in this case, like, this rule is read based on the position of this tile. This comes before any of these tiles, so this rule comes before this one. And you can just run that way. So as long as you kind of like run along the top, it's like, oh, I found a rule. Oh, I found another rule. Oh, I found another rule, found another one, found another one. And then it applies them in that order. So because it applies it top left to bottom right, you can basically say, well, okay, The first rule is if I see a purple tile, replace it with a brown tile. That's it. Or paint over the top a brown tile. If I see a either, I've got double rules. So I've got either or. So if I see a purple tile or an orange tile, replace it with a wall. If they're next to empty space, I should have mentioned that. So if I see purple next to empty space, that's a wall. So paint it as a wall. And later on, they're going to get overwritten by like more complex ones. So that rule applies, say here, but this ends up being a corner because this rule comes later and is more specific than this one. It's bigger. It comes later and it applies to a structure that's more specific than just a tile next to empty space. So that's how it all works. Just the more you fill in those little edge cases, the more you get something that can basically handle anything, as long as your tile set can handle it. And this is mostly useful when your tiles are deeper than just this. Like if your game looks like this, where you've got like a tile and then you've got, you know, like grass, dirt, that. If this is your entire game's tile set, you don't need these rules. Like if that's all you've got in your game, you can use Unity's one. It's fine. And then all you need beyond that is just the internal ones. So like that. You can use Godot or Unity's tile set system if that's all you're doing. Their rules are not. Their rules are competent. What's the word? Their rules are good enough. Their rule systems are good enough to handle any tile set that looks like this. As soon as you go into depth, so you have multiple layers. In this case, I've got 3 tiles specifying one like chunk. Now you need more complex rule tools or tile set tools, because like when am I going to decide when a slope needs to appear? How am I going to determine that based on with the old system? Because the old system, I should say, sorry, let me slow that down. This system, the reason why you don't need tiled for this is because you don't have any slopes. You don't have any logic that applies deeper than the tile that you're looking at. So all you have to do is say, hey, here's my tile. I just placed it down. What is below it, to the right of it, to the left of it, and above it? If you can answer that question, then you know what all the tiles need to be. It's like, well, there's air here, solid here, solid here. So it's just a proximity question. You just say, well, solid, solid, make it a corner. Or in this case, it's like, okay, this is the tile I'm looking at. Empty, solid, solid, solid. Okay, then you put grass on top, dirt on the bottom, you pick that tile. The problem is, once you end up putting slopes in there, how do I tell the difference between something that's supposed to look like this? How do I tell the difference between this one and this one? It's like nothing, nothing, solid, solid. Okay. Nothing, nothing, solid, solid. Now they have the same rule, but this one's slope and this one's a corner. So how do I? You can't fix that with Unity's system unless you start adding your own custom rule tiles with. You have to go a lot deeper to make it work. Godot is the same. You can't do slopes with Godot. At least not off the bat. The proximity solution is very limited. It gets very complicated very quickly, and convoluted, I should say. Whereas the tiled approach just says, hey, as long as you can define a chunk of stuff to find, we can replace it with something else. So it's like, oh, like whatever shape I want, as long as it can see that, it can replace it with whatever other design I want. C shapes, replace with design. It's just better, in my opinion. You can go crazy with it. Like I've got, you know, bridges that just create themselves. You know, if you want a bridge, boom, there's your bridge, done. You know, that's. I believe that LDTK is as good as tiled, but I think that their approach is slightly different. I'm not actually sure what the logistics are. I've got it on one of my computers. I haven't really put enough time into it. To get into the headspace of how to work with it. Like I don't really know how it works, but I know at the very least, because I've seen their demos, that it's as functional as tiled. So it's probably similar. I would assume that it's based on a similar thing, but I think that they do more stacking rules in LDTK. I think they have like stuff that can sit on top of other stuff, or like you can compose tiles. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I haven't really used it, but if you look at their website, they do a modern from the director of Dead Cells. Wow. You can see as they play with it, they've got like color types, like block types. Oh, I think it's this one here. And it's like, okay, that's dirt. It's just going to do what it does. And then they drop some water in. And then based on where the water is, it changes the bridge. So that feels much closer to tiled, where it's like looking at more complex rules. So you could see that the bridge became dirt when there was a tile above it. Simple rules in a visual editor. Yeah, it must be doing the same thing. It must be. That's what this is doing. It's the same thing. Like it's you know, this becomes that kind of thing. Tiled is a little bit it looks a little messy, the rendering, as you work with this, because it's applying them constantly. You can turn that off. So like as I'm drawing, it's applying the rules as I go, but it's not deleting the old tiles unless I press Control M, and then it'll update correctly. But I don't mind that it does that. It's just auto map while drawing. It's just you turn that off and it won't do that weird rendering, but I'm okay with it. Cool. Is there any way I can shrink this down? I feel like it's a little... I either want to create... Well, it's not too bad. It just feels like... maybe it needs to be a little shorter. Ah. Gotta fix that goat. So the thing that I don't like about Unity's tile map extras, or like its tile map system in general, is I just don't think that it's... Fundamentally, I think it's got issues. That's what I'm saying. The goat turns around fully from a 1 pixel difference of you standing left or right of it. The goat... all of the enemies turn around based on the same basis, and that's not something that I'm... it's mostly about states. If you attack them, they face you. That's how it works. So if I'm here, like as a result of being attacked. But right now, this guy's not really finished yet. He's kind of a bit broken. I basically gutted his logic like a week ago and just replaced it because he wasn't using the new state system. So don't worry about the goat. Basically, nothing is final. Alpha test gameplay. I'm working on stuff, I'm deleting stuff, destroying stuff all the time. Yeah, that's right, Davian. It is. It's just not finished yet. Again, alpha test gameplay. So tile map extras. Let me Unity tile map extras. Yeah, I don't think that this stuff works at all. I find this deeply, deeply unsettling, the way that Unity does it. Like deeply, I get like full-on anxiety thinking about this stuff because the fact that this exists makes no sense whatsoever. The fact that there is an animated kind of tile and a rule kind of tile, and then a hexagonal rule kind of tile, isometric rule kind of tile. This is wrong. This is the problem, right? These are band-aids on top of a system that's foundationally not capable of doing more than this, right? Because it's based on proximity. So what you should basically like, the rule tile is the only thing that matters, and how the rule tile works is the only question, insofar as like this bottlenecks the entire system, and it bottlenecks it based on the capabilities of this. So the fact that it does this, immediately I see that and I go, oh well, it's done. Like it can't be better than, if you want it to do more than literally just this, now you're going to have to create your own functionality that approximates something like this. You're going to have to make custom rule tiles, basically. And then those custom rule tiles are going to have to do the same thing as what Unity Tiled's rule system does. Except you won't be able to use this handy visual editor to do it. It'll be... You basically be rebuilding this to make it happen. That's how I think about it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am wrong. You know, you can, if you have currency in your country and your country doesn't have notes, it only has coins. Sure, you can give someone $100 in 10-cent coins. But like, I know what it's going to take to do that. You know? Like if you don't have $100 notes in your currency and someone needs $100, well, we don't call them dimes in Australia. We just call them 10-cent pieces. Can I cheese this? I'm sure I can. Oh, it's possible. How much? I don't really do that. Fenzu. Sorry. I used to a little bit, but I've never advertised it. Dimes and nickels? I wouldn't even be able to tell you. Is a nickel 15 cents? A quarter is 25. A nickel is 5. Penny is 1. Nickel is 5. Dime is 10. Quarter is 25. Do you have 50-cent coins? Or is it just 25s and then $1? You don't have $1 coins, do you? We have $2 coins. You have half dollars? What do they look like? Wait, Americans? United States has $1 coins separately from $1 notes. Half dollar and dollar. Oh, interesting. Okay. In Australia, we don't have 1 cent. We have 5 cent, 10 cent, 20, not 25. So we have 5, 10, 20, 50, $1, $2. And our 50-cent coins are big chunky boys. It's like a decahedron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Dodecahedron. Dodecagon? There you go. Hedron is the ball one. Dodecagon. Dodecagon. How can you sell everything as $1.99? Do you literally do that in America? If you get wait. In the US, if something costs $1.99 and you have $2 notes and you pay for something with $2, they give you back 1 penny. That's crazy. Right, sure. Okay, so sales tax, and now it's like $2.13. Now they got to give you pay with $3. Now you get 87 cents back. You get 2 quarters, and then you get 3 dimes, and then you get a penny. You get a nickel and 3 pennies. Wow, that's crazy. That's insane. What a world. In Australia, if something's $1.99, you pay with a $2 coin, and that's it. They round it to the nearest 5, and they go, okay, there you go, $2. They don't give you a cent. You can't get cents. And if something is yeah, you just have to pay with the nearest 5-cent increment. And also in Australia, if something is $2, it's $2. How unfair is that? Well, the thing is, stuff is not $1.99 in Australia. It'll be $1.95. Like they won't even they won't put the price as being values below 5 cents. They'll just count the prices. Yeah, they round it exactly. So it'll be like if something is like the $9.99 thing instead of $10, they'll just make it $9.95. That's how they'll charge you for to do the same trick. And if you pay with a $10 note, they will give you a 5-cent piece in change. Yeah, we won't get shortchanged. But like, what are you gonna do with 3 cents? Like, there's no that doesn't happen. Also, you don't get taxed after the price tag in Australia. So like, if it says a price on it, that's the price you pay always. The only thing that has changed that in recent years is if you use FPOS, like if you use a card, like with tap or swipe or whatever, there will be often a surcharge of a few cents on top after you pay the price of the thing. So if something's like, you get sushi and it's like $8 or whatever, you might have to pay $8.11 on your card. But on the card, it's like, who cares? But if you pay in cash, it'll be exactly what they charged. Yeah, and also we don't really tip here. Tipping is well, it's kind of a bit contentious because some places in Australia, they've been trying to work in tipping culture. So if you go to like a really fancy restaurant in Australia, at the end when you're paying, there'll be a little screen on the machine that'll be like tip ? And you're like, no, enter. We don't have that as a culture here. You just pay your workers with a decent wage. Yeah, you just pay your employees. It's really easy. Just have minimum wage be an actual livable wage. That's it. So here, I think minimum wage is like, I don't even know what it is now. Is it like $18? 18 an hour? I think it used to be 14, but that's ages ago. 23. So like if you work 8 hours a day or 38 hours a week, you get, $800 or $900. That's what you get, Which is not great in Sydney. Like, this is pretty tough because most places, if you're renting, you couldn't afford really. You'd have to have an apartment for like less than $300 to really live on this. But if you have a roommate and you both earn this, you could probably afford the rent if you live out in like Mount Druitt or something. Like, you're not literally going to die on the street. And this is minimum. So like, this is like your unskilled worker, working at the lowest possible echelon of you work at McDonald's, sweeping floors or whatever. That's real money, at least. Yeah. Rent in Australia is per week though. That's the thing. So like in Sydney, if you want to live in Sydney and you want to rent, it's very rare to find anything under say 350 a week for anything. You know, even maybe a studio apartment out of the city, that might be 300 if you're lucky. Australian dollars per week. So it's 1,200 a month. Maybe you might be able to get 1,100 a month. And that's in American dollars. That's like 800, 700. $3,500 a month. So that's $1,000 a week in the Bay Area. It must be nice. Is it a nice apartment? How big is it? In Sydney, that would be, you know, really nice. If it's in the middle of the city, it's a cardboard box. Two-bedroom is $5,000 in San Francisco a month. Well, that's just absurd, isn't it? Here, $1,000 a week would get you like a two-bedroom house, maybe like a duplex thing. Three-bedroom might be $1,200 a week. If you want like a four-bedroom house that you're renting, you're paying like maybe $1,500 a week. So now you're looking at like $4,000 a month, but that's, you know, $4,000 a month, $6,000 a month. But that's like a house. Like you have a family, and everyone has their own bedroom. Yeah, and the US dollar is better than the Australian dollar. Our dollar's only worth like 68 cents of yours, I think. Gosh. Yeah, 68 cents. Whoops. 65 cents. Pretty close. And man, it's not doing well recently. Jeez Louise. It was okay. It was 80 cents in 2021. The pandemic destroyed it, and then it was great, and then it went right back down again. There was a time when the Australian dollar was better than the US dollar in 2012. How does that happen? Global economy? GFC? Yeah, we bounced back quicker than you did. And then, man, it's getting worse and worse. You're all ordering sneakers. Yeah. The thing about the US though that I think is different. In the US, you don't have to live in San Francisco. That's the difference. Like you can live out in the middle of somewhere else. You know. Let's just check something here. You know, if you live out in like, let's say like Reno, even still in California, right? Or like just over in Nevada. If you live in Reno, I'm sure it's not that expensive. If you go out far enough, I think you'll be okay, right? What's the average price in Reno? Not that you necessarily want to live in Reno, but it is nice. I only say that because I've been there. Two-bedroom in Reno. Yeah, you're looking at like $1,600 a month. That's $400 a week. That's pretty similar to what I pay. It's not great. That's okay. That is US. Yeah, that's like what I pay. But I guess what I'm really saying is there's a lot more choice in the US because there are a lot more places that are like real places that you could go and live and be fine. In Australia, it's not like that. In Australia, it's like you can't live here or here or here or here or here, or here. You can't live anywhere here. You can live here. And you can live here. And you can live kind of around here. You can live anywhere here that you want, pretty much. And some up here. You really can't live anywhere here. It's just like desert. Literally all of this is desert. Yeah, it's like 5 cities and then 1 little coastline. That's what Australia is. There's like my wife used to live like around here for like a couple of years of her life because her dad for his work, and she hated it. Like you can live out here, but it's like, yeah, you don't really want to. You don't really want to. Whereas like this is the state that I live in, and like you can live anywhere along this, anywhere that's green on the map, you can live. That's what we're saying. But like beyond this line here, like out here, you're in like full rural. Like it's not, there are no cities. Like what are we looking at? Wagga Wagga. That's actually kind of a city. It's not bad. It's like a town. It's okay. Sydney, obviously, Newcastle's fine. Port Macquarie, oh, this is fine. You can live up and down here. It's very quiet, but you can live up there. Dubbo, you can live there, I guess. But like you cross this line, now you're in like fully rural. Now you're like driving multiple hours to get to like the nearest decent, whatever. Burke, like I've heard of some of these places. Where's Orange? Orange is around here somewhere. Mildura. Yeah, it's like maybe, and the thing is, in like 300 years or like 200 years, some of these places will be like your, Reno or your, whatever, like Sacramento or something. Like eventually these will be populated enough to be small towns that have like a lot of amenities, but not right now. Like right now you drive like 2 hours out of the city and you're basically in very small kind of like strip towns, like one horse kind of things, no, it's not like that bad, but it's sort of closer to that. What do I know about Adelaide? Radelaide? I mean, Adelaide is a city in South Australia. It's not a big city. Like this, it's. I don't know how much. Let's see, Adelaide versus Newcastle. How big is Adelaide? Okay, it's like 3 times Newcastle. Bigger than the Gold Coast. That's pretty big. That's not bad. So it's like a reasonably large city. It's the capital of South Australia. I know that Adelaide is a planned city. It's quite nice there. It's quite like a, what's the word? It's kind of like gentle, It's kind of like planned. It's not, what do you call them? Not based on, my brain keeps saying commune, but it wasn't a colony, a penal colony. It was a private, like, people moved here of their own accord. They didn't come here because they were criminals. It's mostly known for its nice architecture, churches, and wine country. That's basically what it is. It's pretty scenic. That's Adelaide. So that's not Adelaide, I don't think. I'm pretty sure that's not Adelaide. Pretty sure that might be the Gold Coast. This is Adelaide. So it's kind of like not super dense. Pretty green. Southern, mostly eastern, actually. So it's really like, I would say like most of the cities are here. Southeast. This, if I draw this circle with my hand, that covers like most of the population. Like everything left of my hand right now might be like, I don't know, 10%. I don't even know. Population distribution. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah. That's the population of Australia. Oh, if you've never been to Australia? Yeah. Sydney, Melbourne, the Gold Coast, so like Brisbane. Fine. They're all great. So like Melbourne is the capital of Victoria. Sydney is the capital of New South Wales. The Gold Coast and Brisbane. Brisbane is the capital of Queensland. You've covered like most of the country there. If you want to go to Hobart in Tasmania, you could do that. And then there's like Perth, which is WA, Western Australia. And then there's Darwin up here, which is the capital of Northern Territory. But there's really not much to do out here unless you want to like visit Ayers Rock, like Uluru. But that's Australia. In terms of where people live, if that makes any sense. $26 million, I think. $26 million. Sao Paulo is 40 million. Oh, it's more than half. But yeah, not much more. Not the city, the state. Sao Paulo, the city. Yeah, that's half. Well, Brazil is different. Right? A different kind of living. I wonder if I should let you attack this thing. With the ability. Oh, that's just... That is just cheating, isn't it? Oh. How am I going to stop people from cheesing this game? I'm never going to be able to do it. There's just no world where I can stop you from cheesing it. I could put a hazard below. Yeah, maybe I put like a... There's just nothing I can do. I have to put a hazard here. Like that. That's the only way I could do it. Yeah. Oh. I mean, even then, you could probably still figure out something. If that doesn't hurt you, if grabbing on doesn't hurt you, then I could go this, 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 and I can make it. So I have to make it even tighter than that. I have to make it like this. Now you can't cheese it. So now you can't do that. You literally just have to go like this. You can still cheese it. You can still cheese it. It's like, oh man, that's really hard actually. Yeah, it's literally that. You have to jump under that. You can do it. You have to use coyote frames to get over though. But if you can speedrun like that, I mean, like, more power to you. I kind of, at that point, it's like, congratulations, like you did good. What? Well, that's certainly not what's supposed to happen. Whoops. We're in, pals. We made it. The Nether Realm. The game is now top-down. Now we are playing top-down Insignia. So maybe it's like this, 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 or like this, 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 that. Is that? I don't think I could cheese that. You totally can cheese it. Man, how do I stop you from doing it? The only way to stop you now is to not reset the ability unless you hit confirm. Ah. I would need to take this off. Now it doesn't work. You have to hit something. That's the only way to do it. So now if you do this and then this, you get nothing. Although you could still cheese it. Damn it. You can still do it. Oh, I'm never gonna stop you. If you just jump and then do this. Okay, well, there's that too. If you just jump and then do this. Nope. Come on, man. Jump, do that, and then that. I can fix this by making it slightly taller. The thing is, as like this stuff, it's fine. It's not a huge deal. The only problem is I just don't want players who are beginners forcing their way through the game. That's the only thing I don't want to happen. If you're like really good at it or whatever, it's fine. But I really don't want you to like... I really don't want you to just like slam your head against the wall in the game like the goat just did and make your way through it. We could put spikes to the left of the wall, Natal. I was just thinking that too, actually. Okay, I have to fix this. This is getting crazy. All right. So, this is wall control. Snap to wall. It's actually wall awareness, I think. It's this line of code is what's destroying everything here. So it's checking the distance to the wall. I think it's doing that. And I think this wall position X. But hang on a second. Where is 0 in this world? Oh, that's Armin's position here. Okay. So it's saying, hey, the wall position is 0. We're not on the wall. Which means this check is true, but it hasn't... Wait a second. Hang on a second. That doesn't make any sense. How can this be? Check wall, sets wall position. It sets this to a value, to the hit point. So when I check, it needs to get set. Is on wall. It does this, which does this, which does this. I mean, which does this. Assuming that this returns something. Just gonna try this. So it was jump off the wall and then do that. Okay, now it's not doing it. It didn't trigger that, although have I got hot reload on? I do. Just want to check. No, I wouldn't call that punishing cheese. The bad boy ghost. You want to encourage people to do good things. You don't want to discourage them from doing bad things. Always towards heaven, never away from hell, you know? In terms of like discipline. That's what I think. If I can incentivize you to do the right thing, then You're never gonna hate me from making you from like. Hey, Lazy Guru, thank you so much for the resub. I didn't see that. Thank you so much, buddy. How did I miss that? Do the voice. Which voice? Yeah, because if you do something that's cool, right, and I say, don't do that, I still let you do it, but I tell you not to, and I try to punish you for doing it, you're just gonna hate me. Like, you're gonna be like, why isn't Adam letting me do all the cool stuff that I want to do in the game? Like, what's wrong with me doing cool stuff? That's where the fun is. Whereas if the way to play the game, if all the cool stuff is the stuff I want you to do, now we're friends. Comes down and swats you. Stop having fun. You know? Like, you don't want to do that. This is my game. Have fun the way I want you to have fun. You know? That's no way to make a game. No fun allowed in this game. Alright. So... snap to wall. If is on wall. Okay, wall position null equals true. Hey, it's the Forgotten Dreamer. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Do the different colors have specific themes for their abilities? Right now, all of the abilities that are red are fire themed. All of the abilities that are green, like the color class is the element. That's all it is right now. This should fix it. Well, maybe this isn't being used. What? Well, I don't understand. I'm checking specifically if it's null. So it's not 0 because of what it got set to here? What? What? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Unless point is set to 0 if there's no collider. Ah, that's possible. That's possible. Yes. Okay. So this is actually happening because we need to check to see if we actually hit something. Sometimes you hit nothing. Just, that's life. Should still be able to do this. So far so good. I'm going to try it 10 times. I think we're okay. I think we fixed it. Looks good to me. A synopsis? You can, but not on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, there's a bot that gives you the synopsis, but if you go to there's a bit of a description there, and there's a demo there you can play. Well, that page has more info. You can check it there. Soul Jesse, thank you so much for the sub. But that's kind of old, that info. So I'll be updating. There'll be a Steam page soon, okay? I promise. There'll be a Steam page real soon. I'm starting to get a little bit itchy about getting a Steam page. I really want to put one together soon. There was one other thing I wanted to check here. Which is, there was this thing where being on the wall, sometimes you could still... That's pretty solid. That's what I wanted to avoid. Sometimes he does the backflip. If you land on the wall and then immediately try to ascend, sometimes you just do a backflip. It's more stable now though, I would think. It feels better now than it did before. It's pretty good. Is Kickstarter still a possibility? Yep. Very much so. Very much so. The item not getting... Okay. Can I cheese this? Oh my god, it's so... Oh, it's still cheesable. Gosh. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, so I can gather wish lists and have a bit more of a clear presence, marketing presence for the game. It's one of those things where I haven't been comfortable with the way that the game presents because it's all broken and work in progress, you know, for a long time. And I know that the game's been in development for a long time, but some of these things you just can't rush them or make them go faster than they are. Like this thing. This should be some vines that just sort of float in the air. That needs to exist. Like I just need to do that, right? I can't put a trailer out with a red box in it. Thanks, Scott McKillers. So like I can do it now, but like without, you know, I need to do it at some point. So let's call it 128 by 128. I think you do need a trailer for a Steam page, don't you? Do I need a trailer for a Steam page? Isn't that a requirement? Really? Just 5 screenshots? Huh. Well, in that case, maybe I will just do one on the weekend. Really? I thought you needed a trailer. Okay. My mistake. I'm not underestimating the importance of an early launched Steam page, but it's not a critical part of my strategy. I'm not releasing the game without a trailer. I'm not releasing a demo without a trailer. But if it's just a place to collect wish lists, that's fine. My strategy is not to go viral on Steam pre-release. So collecting wish lists, yes, important. I think the rate of wish list acquisition is probably more important than the amount of wish lists. I would imagine. I think I could argue like, hey, I released, if it was like, if the argument is, oh, publishers want you to have at least this many wish lists. It's like, that's not really, for me, if that was what the publisher needed as like a key metric, they're probably not on board with what I'm making. And if I do have a page up and it's like, oh, you've got this many wish lists in this much time, I feel like that is worth more than you've got X amount of wish lists total. But, you know, the fact that I've got a YouTube channel and the presence online, a stream, I feel like those things should mean more, but maybe I'm wrong. So let's actually start this. We'll do it as a tile set. I'm not underestimating it. I just want to do it right. That's all. But I get what you're saying, and I don't want to not have one and be punished for it either. Like, I get it. I don't think it's going to critically, injure the hopes of the game's success by not having one up already. Or I don't think that the game will fail because I didn't put one up a year ago. I'm making vines. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I feel that way too. 8, B8, 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 B8. I feel that way too. Like, I think it's like, get your ducks in a row and then do all the marketing. But I understand that these days things are a little different. The expectations are that you do your marketing before you even have a product in some cases. Like, I know that's not uncommon for people to think that way. It's weird, but it's also just how things get done. But my game is not... I'm not really trying to do that with my game. It's not that kind of game. And I know it seems like a cop-out for me to just say that. Like, it's just not that kind of thing. But I really feel that way. Like, I just feel that way. I think these need to be thicker. Yeah, way bigger. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if like what I'm doing is like, I don't think it's like better than any other way. I wouldn't even say that. It's just like the way that I'm doing it is the way that I'm doing it kind of thing. Like, it's just like, is it viable? That's really all it is. It's like, is what I'm doing viable? If so, like, that's all I care about. Because I can't do two things at once. That's ultimately what it comes down to, is I can only do one thing at a time. So like, I have a strategy. Is the strategy okay? That's all it is. And if the strategy is not okay, like if it's not viable, then I've got problems. If it is viable, great. Let's just continue on the path. Because, it's like gambling. Like, I can't control the things that I can't control. If I didn't make it, if it's like, you make an investment on one house. Okay, you made an investment on a house. If there was a better house out there that appreciated in more value in less time, you can't say, oh no, I should have bought that house. If your house also is appreciating, it's like, just be happy with what you did. Like, you can't have done both things. So just accept it. I think instead of doing what I'm doing right now, I need to do a mock-up based on a screenshot. I think that's more important. So like, it's easy to say, oh, you should do this and you should do this and you should do this, but I can't. The really important thing is I can't actually do everything at once. I don't actually have the stamina to maintain like 12 different online presences. So like, a really good example is like TikTok. A year ago, my wife was like, you should make TikToks. And then like you know, TikTok's started working for other creators, and she's like, see, I told you, you should have done should have done more TikToks. But it's like, yeah, but I was making YouTube videos, you know, and if I had been making YouTube videos, if I had been making TikToks, I wouldn't be as able to maintain my YouTube channel because I'd be making different content, you know. And it's kind of like that, where it's, you know, you just can't do all the things, so you have to sort of be okay with the things that you do. And it's not one or the other. It's not like, when I say that, I don't mean that there is a better or a worse. I just mean you can't do both. That's literally it. You know, it's not that you shouldn't do TikToks because YouTube. It's not that you shouldn't do YouTube because TikTok. It's just sometimes your plate is full, you know, and that's it. The plate's full. Like, sorry, you're out of bandwidth. And I've been in that place many times, even in recent, like in the last 6 months, you know. I've been in that place actually consistently throughout the entire development of the game. Just like constantly in a position where I can't do all the things all the time. So I have to just kind of do the nearest thing that I can do. You know, I just do the most that I can do. And, you know, like, unfortunately, like, even I can't get away from the fact that emotionally, a lot of the time, I do think I should be doing more. I spend like so much energy every week trying to be okay with the amount that I did. Hey Panda Riz, welcome. It's about presence. But what do you mean presence if you don't mean marketing strategy? Oh, I'm pretty sure I have reserved it. In terms of like, I think that there is a I've created a Steam account, and I've created an app for the game. It's just not live. It's been there for like a few years though, maybe like I don't know, 5 years, 6 years. But I don't know if that means that I get to, what's the word? I don't know if that gives me preferential access to it. What's the word? Priority? I don't think I've what's the word? Claimed? I don't think I get to keep the name. But does it matter? The point I'm trying to make is that I don't know if I can, like, I barely maintain my website. You know what I mean? So like, imagine if I have a Steam page and the Steam page has a forum and there are people on the forums asking questions about the game, and there are people on Discord asking questions about the game, and there are people on YouTube. Like, there's all these different places where all these different people are asking specific questions, and I can't physically maintain all the places at the same time. That's kind of how it is for me. Like, I'm already experiencing that. Even the few places that I've got, like itch.io, my itch.io page is like, it's so out of date compared to what the game is now. And it's so hard to keep it in date because it's like, if I'm just going to go around in circles in order to keep the plates spinning, you know, I'm constantly having to top up the old plates rather than add more plates to be spun. I don't know if that resonates. For me though, it's just like, it's so hard. Could just be a me thing though. Especially when the look and feel of the game changes over time. You know, it's like I got all these assets lying around on all these different websites that all look different. I am really dumb. Okay, that's better. Yeah, but I'm not really ready for that. That's just where I'm at. I'm not, like, if I wasn't streaming the game's development, you wouldn't know about Insignia. You know? I don't want, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, yes, of course, like a Steam page would be good. Of course it would be valuable. Of course, like, I can't like deny any of that stuff. I'm not trying to say that. I'm more just trying to say, like, I can only do so much and that's it. But, you know, I'm doing my best. I know you're not trying to be critical. Okay. All right. This is not great, but it's a start. I'll make it a lot more subtle and add more interesting layers to it and stuff later. And now we just need it to do this. Yep. So what do I do with this? I probably want to put it on top of... I probably want to have this be part of the tile set. But, so the question is it a game object or is it a tile set? It's kind of both. So I either do it inside of Unity or I do it as part of the... I mean, I can auto tile it and I can manually do it. It's just like, like in this context, it would be nice to just put hazards here. But I don't think I'll be able to give them hurt boxes inside the game with stats unless there's a game object on them. They're just going to be in the air. They're going to do damage when you touch them. And it's going to be something that I can draw to create whatever shapes I want. I'm going to auto tile it. It's probably best to make it part of the Unity set, I guess. And then throw a game object on it. Or, yeah. Ugh. I think a tile set is right. Maybe I have to do it inside of the... Yeah, I think I'll do it inside of this. I think it's the easiest thing to do. Depends on how integrated I want it to feel. Like if I just put it there, it'll feel more like a video game thing. If I make it if I make it more like a, what's the word? Like, if I make it part of the tile set, like the way that the bridges are, then I can do that in a pretty simple and straightforward way. It just means that anytime I want thorns in the game, I need to have thorns for every different tile set. That's the only thing. I could make them different for the different tile sets. So I could be like thorns in this world, but in a different biome, the thorns are a different thing. You know? That might just be a little bit more than I bargained for. I think additive is better. I think having them just be objects I can place is better. I think have them being a tile set is probably the best way. I'm not sure. Maybe a hand placed tile set. Yeah. Ugh. Sucks. So let me fix this up. No, they're not breakable. No, it's got nothing to do with whether they're like objects that you can break or anything like that. It's more like whether I have to place them in the editor or whether they come packaged in the tile set. Whether I can draw them as tiles inside of here automatically with just like a red line like that. Like that would be cool to be able to just do this and have the thorns appear. And then they'll just conform to whatever shape I want them to, and I can edit them and update them. But if they're an object, I have to go into Unity and I have to do some extra stuff. The disadvantage in tiled is that it's going to be harder to place a script on them. That's all. So I'm going to have to place colliders on everything. And I'm going to have to tag the colliders. And I'm going to have to do... think that's all of them. Did I do that twice? Did it twice. Cool. So here, they're not part of the auto tiling setup. Ooh, that's no good. They're just going to sit on top of everything else. You know, and you can see me here trying to like design them. Like this is the problem with this approach. It's like I have to think about how they fit in with the tiles in a way that's probably not great. And the other way, if I was to design them as part of the tile set, they would look better, but then they wouldn't be as flexible. So my job here is to try to find something that's a middle ground where some things look like they're in the background, some look like they're in the foreground. It looks like you can fall through it, and it looks like it's part of the scene without being like too, you know, whatever. Some of this has got to do with like depth and coloring. Like, you know, if I brighten up some areas and darken off some areas, it might help create just a bit more sense of like there being a 3D object in that space. Then tiling it becomes harder. It's just like a push and pull thing. These colors are also probably too far apart. They need to be a bit flatter. More close together. Anyway, point is, I need to do something with them. I think I have, what do I do for the one-way ground? That's probably the best alternative for this kind of thing. So I think it's mostly to do with the importer. Here, I just give this a layer called one-way ground. And then on the importer, I think I have a thing for like one-way ground. Importer. So try get custom property platform. This is interesting. I don't remember this. This might be for the stairs. Hey, set geeks. Welcome. I mean, I should definitely be able to do this, but it's the way that I do this. I think I have a different importer that I also use sometimes. Yeah. But this checks to see if the objects layer is one-way ground. But I'm running out of layers, that's the problem. I don't have any more sorting layers. Not sorting layers, actual layers. I could call it enemy hit. Oh yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. So I go, instead of unity layer walls, I say unity layer enemy hit. Yeah, there's only 32 layers in the game. It's a bit mask. It's just a 32-bit integer. Like an enum. Thorns. Enemy hit. What is no collision? Oh, collision, enemy hit. Yeah, cool. So now I know where the thorns are. That's good. And it gets a rigid body, it gets everything it needs. Actually, is anything going to happen if I run into that? No. But I think it will. I think I just need to add something to the collider. Maybe I'll just do like a damage property. Let's give it one. Damage. Never tried that. Add thorns. Add damage. Damaging tiles. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break. It's almost 4 o'clock. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. Wow, without a break. I should stop. So I'll take a quick break. I'll come back in 5 or 10 and we'll make these things do damage to us. It shouldn't be too hard. I should just be able to place like a script on there that has basically like a retro box style hitbox on it that conforms to the shape. And then when you touch it, you'll take damage. You'll go into the hurt state. It'll be great. See you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Whew, it was getting quite warm in here before I took a break. There's not much ventilation, so it tends to heat up as my all the lights and the computer and the door shut. It's like becomes a little oven. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food and eat out the hot food? How does it go? Why do they call it an oven? But out hot eat the food. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food of out hot eat the food? Okay. Hey, no more definitions. Wow. Are you all ready for this one? The Valley Girl impression? Redeemed by no more definitions. 5 minutes of Valley Girl. Okay. So, literally, we are gonna make these little thorns be in the game. Okay? What we've gotta do is basically, right now, they're on a layer that does like nothing. But we need them to be more physical. We need them to hurt us when we touch them. Okay? So, like, literally... like, literally, we've gotta give them a script so that when the collision happens, like, something, like, real happens. Eunice. Okay. So the first thing we want to do is, rather than like get a component. Oh no, that makes, it sort of makes sense, but I'm thinking like way better. It would be like way better if we like take like that and remove that. Okay, like remove that and like take this and like, ooh, we need that P variable. Where did that go? We like totally lost you. So like there's the shape. Game object platform. G is nothing. Where do we use S? Oh, we're like not doing that at all. Polygon shapes? No. Marissa says, I'm being transported for sure. For sure you are. Okay, so we've like totally lost track of like where this thing is supposed to go. Maybe there's like another version here. I'm looking for the game object, but there is no game object here. We're like creating one from nothing, but we want one to be like on the object that we were looking for. So E, that's actually not the worst. E is kind of maybe like what we want. Or we have this polygon collider, 2D, and we want to grab not the bounds, but like the points of the shape, right? Okay. I'm trying to channel, what's her name? The woman from the TikTok. I was John Safdie's news in Uncut Jams, you know? Yeah, so in this version, like what we were doing was like taking a shape and then creating a polygon collider and then just grabbing the bounds. Julia Fox, that's right. So rather than do that, we kind of just need to grab what's there already. There's like supposed to be a game object that we can see. Here, you can see there are already a collider component with a polygon shape on it. So super collider component, does that exist here? Yeah. Okay, great. That's super easy to fix. So we're gonna go E dot, let's call this like collider, super collider. Okay, sure. Super collider got get component. We want the polygon collider 2D or just composite collider? Composite collider. Let's just say it's a composite. Yeah, so we don't really, well, its trigger is fine, that's okay. But what we really want to do is super collider dot add dot game object dot add component insignia dot what is this called? This is retro dot collider info. Perfect. All right, is that 5 minutes? Have I done my penance? You went from hating it to loving it though, right? I feel like you guys enjoyed that. Kinda. No. It's fun to do. It was definitely fun. It got less obnoxious. Sure, for sure. I don't know where that one comes from. I mean, the Julia Fox thing, she's in there, but like, there's more to the accent than that. So I don't know where the rest of it comes from. TV maybe, but I don't know where on TV. Uncut Jams. Like that for sure. That's, I don't know where that comes from, but I know it. So there we go. So we've got this game object. We've got a collider info. Surely I do this elsewhere in the game. Surely I do this. So here I add it, but there are other parts in the game where I've done this. These are for the vines dealing player damage. No worries, definitions. Don't call me Shirley. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. No more definitions. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like, you're welcome. What? There are things in the game that do this, and I need to figure out what they are. An example of a thing that does damage to you. If I go grab the collider info, I think there are times where I create one. Oh, the acid. That's not a bad example. Yeah. There you go. How do I name this? I think I say retro.colliderinfo equals. Yeah. Ah, look at all that. That's correct. For various things. What this is this is a tile importer, and I'm creating in the importer script, I'm creating basically an importer to interpret variables that I place here such that they get added to a component in the game to do damage, no matter what they are. Struth, thanks for the follow, mate. Murdertude, thanks for the follow. Is that Pascal? No, it's C#. I don't know what this is. You C#. I don't C#. I see blurry. That's what I see. The damage variable, we're going to have to come back to this one. But we can add all of that stuff. And then I don't know what call or animator is, but this might require a box collider 2D. Oh no. Yeah, oof. Well, does it need to be a box collider? Thanks, Struth. Adam C# Eunice. Yep, that's me. It's going to be a problem if it's not a box collider. Do you remember the name of the female Prime Minister of New Zealand who resigned last January? Jacinda Ardern. Yeah. Of course I know who she is. It's like New Zealand's our little brother. But actually, I don't know who their current Prime Minister is. I know who she is. I don't know who their current one is. Intrusive R's are a big thing in pronouncing her name in the Aussie accent. None for you, though. What? Jacinda Ardern. Jacinda Ardern. Oh, what did I say? Jacinda Ardern. I put the gap in there. It depends. It depends. I'll do it sometimes. And Google does it here as well, actually. There's a... Stop you. If you're driving on maps, let's say there's a place called, like, Cola Avenue. C-O-L-A space A-V-E-N-U-E. Google will pronounce that Cola Avenue. Cola Avenue. It'll do it. Because we all do it. So I'll say like America Allies? I won't say that. America Allies. I don't know. I don't know when it happens. Sometimes. Jacinda Ardern. Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to catch me doing it someday. I'm sure I do it, but I guess not. Hey, Scythe KO. It's C#. Oh gosh. So I don't know if I can get away from this. It's not a talking the problem out thing. It's a I built this way 7 years ago, and now I'm getting punished for building it that way. My system uses box colliders for all the collision detection. Everything is a box. I thought that would be okay because I thought, well, Street Fighter uses boxes, so I can use boxes, right? It's a modern fighting game. The thing that I'm talking about right now, though, is a bunch of tiles, and the tiles take on different shapes when you put them together, right? Lots of different tiles, and they get united by a collision. They get a composite collider does this, and that gets made out of a polygon collider 2D. That's the kind of object that will be that the thorns will be made out of. My collision system needs one of these. So what I might do is see if I can inject, like not inject, but like rename down to just collider 2D by keeping it more abstract, and hope that none of the functions break. So hopefully all the overlap functions are the same, and hopefully there aren't any things that depend on the object in the collision detector that need it to be a specifically box collider 2D. But I'm guessing that they will be. I'm almost convinced. So this just needs to be like collider 2D, right? That's what I would want it to be. But now this is going to complain. It's going to be like, oh wait, this needs to be a box collider 2D. So now I say collider 2D, and then see where it complains next. And it will. It'll bark at me. Hopefully. I expect it to. If it doesn't, I'll actually be more concerned. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's not going to happen. We're too deep. We're way too deep into this. Yeah, I don't really feel I don't need to do it. I don't want to do it. It's not a good thing to do right now. It's too deep in the project, and most of these shapes are going to be rectangles anyway, so I'll just do the bounds or something. Like I just won't. It's not, look, I have plans to support like other kinds of colliders in Retrobox, but that Retrobox as a system, as a feature of the game, it's big. It's not a day. It's not a 5-minute job. It's more like a sit down for a day and go through all of it. Or at least it might be. It might be no more than 2 hours, but it could be at least a week, depending on what it is. What is Retrobox? It's just a system that I created to handle placing hitboxes on things. So these are all hitboxes. So this system manages the creation and updating of all of those. Exactly, Lazy Guru. You got it. I know what Pixel Edit is. I know Joe Williamson on Joe Creates, the user here on Twitch. His name is Joe Williamson in real life. Joe uses Pixel Edit, and he finds the scripting inside of it better than AEST. But I haven't really found myself in a position where I felt like that was necessary. I don't really know the extent to which he uses it, and I prefer AEST in general. So I think they're comparable for sure. I just prefer AEST. I think he does more shape manipulation in his over multiple frames. So he's got objects that have transform rotations over different frames. AEST is purely raster, so you can't just have an object and say, this is my sprite, and I'm going to shift the sprite around as defined on this, in this part of the editor, and like on this frame it's going to be over here, but I'm going to update it over here and have that update over there. Like the example would be something like tiles would be considered objects in Pixel Edit, and the idea would be that I could take this tile and rotate it on frame 5, but then update the definition and have the rotated version on frame 5 update. That would be the thing that I think he does in Pixel Edit that I don't have any interest in or applied use for. But he's done it for like bosses, like big enemies. I would mostly do that in the engine. Marissa Cusick. I always think Cusack when you, like John Cusack, when I read your name. Does Armin have joints? No. No. I use scripts to change the animation. Yeah. Grant says, in my opinion, Pixel Edit only had one feature that I wanted in AEST. Somebody wrote a script for AEST that takes care of it. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back here and fix this. I don't know if this is going to work, but it's going to do something. So let's just try and import it again. And then see what happens. So we got the collider info. We got the retro animator. It actually made 2 of them. 3 of them. It made many of them. 2 collider infos. Oh, because this has probably got more than one shape. Because I'm an idiot. For each shape in supercollider.polygon shapes. No, I don't think so. I think we just do this once. I don't think I need the shapes. Femble, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome. Okay, that's better. So now, I still don't think this is going to do anything, but we'll just see. I mean, it could do something. No. So it doesn't like... Oh, the animator is playing? What are you doing? Trying to play. All right. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's just thorns at the moment. They just damage you if you touch them. They don't damage you yet. They're supposed to damage you when you touch them. You fall through them. Harry Potter stuff? Yes! Yes, Devil's Snare. You just take damage and you fall through them. Lower level game dev. Not really. Thanks. So... This manager's getting hurt by things. So we need to check if the other collider... So this on-trigger enter might still fire, actually. Armin's going to say, hey, I've been hit by something. And it's going to say, hey, does the other collider... It's a collider here, not a box collider, which is really good. Armin's going to say, hey, this other collider has a collider info, which is great. That's what we want. So... The question here, is this a compatible collision? Yes, it will be. I assume. Just a physics layer, that'll be correct because it's enemy hit. And the animator is not null, correct. Then, invoke C. Now, this is where it's going to be, this is where we're going to fail, I think. Because the thing that catches the collision event is going to be probably the life component. Add listener on box collide. So on box collide says, okay, is this a child of that? If we, Armin, are getting hit by an enemy, register collision. So we get this, we should get this far. At least. Let's see if we're correct. So we're on enemy hit, and let's just take this back even further then. I feel like there's no reason why this shouldn't happen. Nope. Hey, Linklater, thanks for the follow. Do you have any interest in exploring lower level game dev? Yeah, sorry, I read that already. Let's try this. Oh, is Hurtbox. Let's come back over here for a sec. Yeah, so that's happening. What about here? That's happening. What about here? No. Okay, so we fail right here. Well, the Polygon Collider here has the collider info on it. It's just not its collider, but I don't think that needs to happen. So let's go here and check to see if these things are true. Other call plus are they compatible? False. Not compatible. Well, let's check why. Collision.collide.getPhysicsLayer. Oh, this is probably null. Because, oh no. No. Get physics layer. Oh, it's from the collider info. Oh, did I not? Wait a second. Physics layer equals gameObject.layer. Oh, but I did set that up, didn't I? Yeah. Why is this incompatible? Twelve 0 0 12. 12 is player. Default. Oh, I must not have set this up correctly. It's on enemy hit though, so I don't really know what else it could be doing. Unless the setup is the thing that does that, and somehow it's not been set up. Oh, it needs to be set up on runtime. Oh, yuck. Oh, no. Ah, it's a runtime script, not an editor script, so it needs to happen like way later. All of this stuff can't happen here. I have to attach basically a new component that's like damage tile component, and then at runtime it can set itself up. Another way to do this would be maybe to have some sort of a scriptable object or something that the collider info could like use to set itself up, but I think we'll just fake this. So let's create a new game object, a new component called tile collider Retro tile manager. I probably should just call it tile manager if I'm going to call it retro.tile manager, but I kind of like having the name in it sometimes. See ya, X8. Okay, so this is going to need a public. This is going to on start. Yeah, hot reload is great. Kernel level access to my computer? I did not know that. Collider info. What's the other thing? It needs a super... Oh gosh. The other thing? Wait, can you assign something in the editor at editor time through a script? You should be able to, right? So I shouldn't have to do this. What is this thing called? Super Collider component. So then all of this stuff happens in this. And then super collider dot add dot game object dot add component. This is called retro tile manager. Cool. All right. So the next thing I want to do is re-import this by just doing that. and then coming back here and seeing what happens. Retro Animator, Retro Tile Manager. There it is, and it's got all the things hooked up, so it's ready to go. Now, on Retro Tile Manager's opening thing, it's going to set this up, which forces it to say its physics layer is its game object of physics layer, which is good. Good, good, good. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, we got really deep. We got all the way to here. That's really cool. This is the problem. We're really, really far in here. Collider transform lossy scale? Well, because we don't have a collider. So, I mean, any of the stuff that relates to the collider, although this is the only one really so far. So maybe we say if collider else. Say nothing. Deeper into the belly of the beast we go. Get overlap. That's the next part. Now, this is where it gets a bit tricky because we're not going to be able to do this at all. What's the call stack for this? Maybe I can get around it by not having to call it. It's here. So let's just say if let's just trick it for a bit. Cannot be null. Yeah, that's where it gets crappy here.
Oh yes, I love
Sorry,
that.
one sec. Just responding to a text message. All right. So it's going to behoove me to add a collider to this. It just makes more sense. I have to add a collider. All the stuff I just did around like getting around it, it just doesn't work. So I have to add a collider, and that collider has to be a rectangle. That's it. Hey, Bluepin. It's not public. We do have a feature test that's not around. It's not ready at the moment. But the new demo will be out in a couple of months. It's a while away. Where did you hear that? Okay. So I just have to grab all the bounds, I guess. I'll try to make it easy for myself, but it's gonna get harder as I go. Okay. And then now I am doing what this did. Oh, man, I wish I could use a polygon collider. Because I have to set the position and then the extents. So I have to like find the centroid of the thing, and it's a bit annoying. All right, whatever. Box dot offset equals, so did I have two? I had two eaches there. Can I get the composite collider? Can I check the composite collider? I'd do that first. So I could say like composite collider 2D comp equals that. And I could say, yeah, could I do that? Could I do that? Oh, that's good. Okay. Okay, that's much better. That makes my life a lot easier. Wow, that's terrible. It's not quite right at all. Why is it wrong? Whatever. Oh. That's a lot of something that just happened. All good. Well, something is not happening. Hurt. Not set to instance of object. Damage vector. That should work now. That should work now. Info. Oh, it's Collider didn't get added. Do I have to add this after I set it up? This is going to say setup, and there's a box collider 2D here, so I need to say collider. I should just do it like that. And I don't do that. Don't do that. And away we go. Oh, I just realized something. Oh, that's really bad. That's annoying. I'll have to deal with that later. Don't worry. Unassigned reference exception. The variable box collider has not been assigned. Well, it should be. I think I have to re-import though. Hang on. Eh? What? It's right here. RTM is box. RTM is box. Okay, let me try something else. Just add a little bit of spice. And go, re-import. Why has it not re-imported? Because this box is supercollider.add game object box collider 2D. rtm.boxcollider equals box. And then here, it's not doing it. There's RTM. Box collider equals nothing. Do I have to re-import? Do I have to drag it in? Hey, there we go. But it happened only once. It's weird that it didn't let us set that up because it did it everywhere else. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what it is, PC. It's 3D models that have been sampled as sprites. There we go. Works now. Yeah, except this offset is wrong, dude. It's so weird. Is it that this? Why would the box collider have an offset that's exactly one tile wrong? Okay, cool. So hey, Slippery. It's going well. Yay. Oh no. Okay. Well, we got it. We did it, Reddit. I don't think we're taking damage yet, but that's all good. I didn't give it any damage. So what I want to do is now search for the property. Here. Returns whether the object type defines the instance property. I don't know what that means. Try get custom property. Super custom properties. Oh my gosh. Am I new to development? Nope. I've been doing this a long time. So, custom properties lives on a layer. This would be thorns. This would have custom properties there. I have a map. I have a collider. I can say super custom properties. It's not going to be on the collider. This is the collider. It's going to be on the parent. Okay. Not wrong, not too far. Properties. It's a list of custom properties. So I think it's like try get custom property is what I want. And this is damage. How does that work? Oh, I literally don't have to do that. I can just say, can I refer to damage elsewhere? Or do I just say out damage if I have custom property damage? Hey, generator failed. I don't think that's how that works, but let's do it like this. Int damage or float damage equals 0. Float D damage, some property D. D dot try convert to float out damage. Nope. What are my property things? Value. To string. To float. Oh my gosh. Now. Our RTM dot damage equals damage. Oh my gosh. I really should use the delete key more. My wife does it, and I don't do it. It's just a keyboard button I've never pressed. To delete the line, the character in front of what I've written. I use backspace. I use forward arrow backspace, but I should be pressing delete. I watched her do it and I was like, oh! Like I knew what it did, I just never even thought to use it. Now it's like, it's in the front of my consciousness. All right, so we want to take 10 damage when we hit this. Boom, 10 damage, we did it. Okay, now we want this to be relatively, not ridiculous in its hitbox position. Oh my gosh, hang on a second. Oh, not even that. It's supposed to be like... something like that, I guess. I'll do it right. How do I? So bad. So specific how it works. Okay. Got it. So surprised that it renders that way. Cool. Could I make a game like Flappy Bird? In like 2 hours, I could make Flappy Bird. No problem. Without question. It's still overextending. I don't know why it's doing this. The whole point of this process is to have this be automated. What's weird about it is that it's like... Actually, I made a game like Flappy Bird on my phone. Check this out. I have processing on my phone. What's this? I made this on a plane ride. I made this on the way to Thailand, just like something to do. Oh. There you go. Yes. The answer is yes. Took me like an hour. Maybe less. I can't remember how long it took me actually. Maybe like 45 minutes. For that. Something to do, you know? That was Java. Okay. So I think maybe the set... I mean, that's definitely not the center. Maybe there's something better. A better way to instantiate this thing. I mean, that's pretty clear though, right? Isn't that really clear? Comp bounds size X, comp bounds size Y. And the offset is there. What if I just make the offset nothing? What happens if I do that? I bet you it's going to be garbage. Yeah, where is it? It's like in the middle of nowhere, right? Yeah. So it was really close. Is that JavaScript? Java and JavaScript are different things, but that was with Java. But you know what's weird? 0 is 1 tile down. Why is that? Why is 0 1 tile down? Because if I look at this, look at that. That's 1, and then it drops down by 32 pixels. Do you know what? There might be a tile offset on this thing. Ah, shoot. That might be it. There might be an offset. on the layers. Vertical, horizontal. No, 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 no. Interesting. No offsets. The code I'm using now is C#. It's very close to Java. Tile width, tile height. Is that true for all of the tiles in the game? That it does this? If it's true for every tile everywhere, then, you know, maybe we can just code around it. But look at that. Why is the transform for this? Why is the position of this -32? What is that? That must happen during the import process, but I'm not the one doing it. How to ensure the position of a single tile on the tile map actually points to the center of a tile. How to make sure that the position of a tile on the tile map points to the center. The position, so you want them to be anchored on the top left. I don't know if it works that way. But why don't you just add an offset? Just add a variable. So why don't you just send the raycast a little bit over to the left and down? Like wherever they're actually anchored, just send the raycast there. Do you know what I mean? But actually, if you're using, why are you using raycasts to check tiles? Why not just check the grid position? I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of game you're making. It's not, I think that there's actually, I'm pretty sure that in the Unity maps code, there is a function to test to see if a tile exists at a certain position. I think you can check to see if a tile exists at a certain point in world space. Or just like return the tile at that world space position. Does that help? Look at all these importers. Look at how deep this thing is. I'm never going to find it here. World asset importer. TMX importer. Wow, it imports world assets? I didn't know it did that. That's actually kind of cool. I could have used that for scene graph, but oh well. TMX asset importer. I'm not going to figure this out today. Hey, PMD Cat, welcome. But its transform position equals the SO in supers. So this, what is a super? Super object. Let's look at the thing that's highest up the hierarchy that has that offset. It's thorns. All of these things, all of these layers. Process map layers. For each X node in map elements, process tile layer. Layer component. Add super layer game object. It doesn't change its position. I'm just going to go check to see if there are other tile maps in my game that do that. I feel like that's probably important. So let's go just like clearing. Just like a random layer. Clearing 2. Grid. Fine. Ground. Negative 32. Yeah, it's offset by 32 pixels. Why is that? And what about like wall climb B? It's like a random. If this is negative 16, then we've got a pattern and it's been going on since way before I started this. Yeah. Negative 16. So it offsets almost everything by one tile down. You see that? And this has been going on for like, I guess, let's try like or instead. If it's in here, then you know it's been for a long, long time. Oh, this has been going on forever. Okay, because this is like ancient. Okay. I've never come across this offset before because nickname generator failed. Sorry, buddy. Because Swizz, this relates not to the position of the colliders, except I don't know what that is. Not to the position of the colliders, but to the position of the rigid body that I just created. Not the rigid body, the collider. Oh my gosh, what am I trying to say? Not the imported colliders, but the collider that I'm trying to create on top of them for the damage hitbox. So all I have to do is Insignia tiled importer. This offset, I just have to say box.offset plus equals the local position of the game object. Super collider dot local position. It might be negative. It might be subtract, not add. You gonna do it? Ugh. That looks horrific. But I didn't do that. Why is it doing this? But this isn't everywhere, right? This actually works correctly, doesn't it? Yeah, it's totally fine. Okay, let's not worry too much about it. No, I'm not really in a position where I can make this procedural. It's too deep. It's not that kind of game, unfortunately. It's linear, it's story-based. It's not a roguelike. A different game, though, maybe. I could do that. Cool. Something happened. That's a big number, though. Did I say local position? I did. Why you know? Why you know? Do you know what? It could happen after. What? Ah. Zero, zero. What? Okay, transform.parent. Oh my gosh, this is just something else, isn't it? Hey, it worked. What is this? Excuse me. Super Collider dot whoops game object. But Super Collider is a component. It shouldn't need to do that. Yeah. Box Collider 2D does not contain definition of Super Collider, but I'm not doing that. I didn't do anything with Box 2D. I didn't do it. Hello? Unity. Pile your shit. Hot reload. All right. Please work. Yes. It's good. Get out of here. Nice. Good. Gosh, that was something, wasn't it? A little bit of effort just to get some thorns in there. Come at me, bro. What if I do the get up? Can I do that really quickly? You can. So what do I do? Do I make them go down a little bit? But this is, I think it's too much. I think that's too much space. If I give the player that much space, they'll be able to cheese it. Oh. I might just make them a little shorter again, or make the gap shorter. But then if I make the gap any shorter, I might be running into trouble here. Unless I make the thrust go further. Final answer. Oh, well, you can't have that. Unless there's other things I can do here. I can make this. Also thorns. Oh no! Oh no! It's all thorns! But it... For every path, I'll need a new... Oh my gosh. Alright, I can fix this. Don't worry, I got this. I got this. I did this with the platforms. Okay. What is E? Okay, this becomes... that. I think I want to create a new child game object for this to work so that the collisions don't screw up. So now I need game object. We'll call this is a new, this is like tile object. So now it's the polygon shape. It's S is the thing that I care about. Let's rename this shape. And in this case, now it's not comp bounds center X. It's what do I do here? E transform false. Let's just say shape dot not dot bounds. Shape dot point dot bounds. Oh, the polygon collider has the points. Well, hang on a second. We already know that it's a polygon collider. Oh, there might be a better way to do this. This has a polygon collider with two paths. A path. Nah, I'll just have to do it this way. Oh, I don't want to do it. The min and the max. Get bounds from point list. Do I have something in helpers for this? Bounds to rectangle. Intersect bounds 2D. Point rect distance. Draw bounds. Draw point. Get curve duration. Is child of. Shape contains a point. Is child of. Bounds to rect. Rect extension. Okay, point to edge chain, segment to point, point to segment, point to plane, flip texture, pixel perfect. Nope. Okay. Ugh. Copilot, go! Well, that looks good. What are these? It's a vector 2 list. Okay, let's make this more. Pie collection. That worked. Okay, we go again. What? What? See ya. That's literally the opposite of what I would have wanted. But for each shape in Super Collider.polygon shapes, this is the collider component. It's got 4 polygon shapes? What? Where are the 4? Where are the shapes? Why are there 4 shapes? Jacob9, can you please? Or you'll get the hammer. Just be normal. It's funny a little bit, but then it gets too much. Why don't we call it? Why don't we look at the outline shapes and try that? You are gonna get banned. That's why. We all want to be able to enjoy the stream, and it's less enjoyable if one of us is speaking in Gungan. You know what? Maybe I don't trust this. Min. Sure. Hey, Reanimated. I'm working on some stuff. Wait, is this... How does bounds work? Center and size. Okay. Well, that looks like it works. C#. Just working on trying to get this stupid thing going in my game. It's very minor. It's taken me all afternoon to do it. Are these shapes actually the same? Or are they different? They look different to me. For each shape in outline shapes. Let's log the points. We might need to get specific about the index. I don't remember adding this, but whatever. That's not very helpful, is it? What is wrong with that? Cannot convert from int to vector 2. Oh, what am I doing here? Dot length. I'm starting to get tired. Yeah, we're starting to see it. Four, 6. So there are 2 points. Did I play Dredge? No, I didn't play it. So there's like 2 points. This is 6 minus 2, 6 minus 2. I wonder if I can like... Two, 1, 2, 1. They are different. They are totally different. They're totally different. Yeah, they're like totally different shapes. Am I not setting it up correctly? Look at this. They're like 448, 448. So they're on the same X value. Their height starts at completely different positions, right? 2.4, 4.64. That seems about right. So then if I've got 2 different shapes, and then I'm setting the box's size to the values. So what the hell? Why are they both literally identical? What is the problem with this? Oh shoot. No, that's fine. Do I do it again later? Is that the problem? Do I change it? Am I incrementing the index? Yeah. I see no problems with this. Yeah. What? How do they get the same values? I must be doing something so stupidly, basically simple. Huh? Wait, they have different center on the y-axis. Yeah, they're different. They're different. They're different shapes. So why does the outcome look the same? Pals, help me out here. I should have taken a break. I'm losing it. We know for sure when we check the bounds dot min or center or anything, right? We know that this bounds for this is correct. Okay. Now I want to check the box collider that we've just added to that exact game object, right? Tile object. Okay. Box for this equals box.bounds.min. I should be able, you know what? I should just set the box's bounds to the bounds that we just created. That would be a more aggressive way of doing it. Just force the thing in. Bounds, box. It's different. This are different values, but they should be the same value. The box value never changes. The bounds do change. But I'm setting the box to the bounds. I'm setting the offset and the size to the values that I just collected. How can you be wrong? How can you be wrong? I'm giving you the values. I'm assigning them directly. Am I changing them? I don't think so. I'm literally just doing it. This is literally the code. It's just here. It's only these 5 lines. How could it be wrong? It's just that. I generate a thing. I assign one thing to the other thing. Oh. I'm an idiot. I found it. This is wrong. This is wrong. I am dumb. Hey. I'm an idiot. And the cool part is we might actually be able to remove this offset. Hey. Look at that. That's a shit. Okay. We move on. Whew. Wow, I went straight through him. Okay. Da 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 da. Well, that's a problem. I know what it is. The problem is they're on the default layer instead of the layer that I want them to be on. Nope. Yeah. Cool. Are they nice and... Yeah, it's good. So we want to know if we can cheese it. That's the question. Oh, it's the worst. Oh no, I made a skill check. You shouldn't be able to do that. Oh man, Turtle's gonna love that. But I really shouldn't let you do it. It is a skip. You can kind of skip both of these things. I think I need it to go a little further. I think it has to go further. Thrust. But it's also called dash. This plays dash, which is called thrust ability. Oh my gosh. Flame charge ability. Okay, so this distance needs to be like more like that distance. They call me Pico. Thank you so much for joining us. It's quite a lot, but I think it needs to be like that. Even then, I think it needs to send you maybe like a little bit up, or maybe the hurt box is too, the body box is too. Oh yeah, this needs to go, I think. Or I could just make it tighter. Maybe I can go up like this and like that. So that way you kind of pierce through it. No. Let's have a look, see what's happening. So, nav collider, that's what we're looking for. This thing is really tall. Yeah. What calls this? Okay, I just toggle it myself. Okay, so dash ability. Turn it off. When we're finished, turn it back on. Cool. You know what? I'm just gonna make this a bit easier for myself. I'm tired of fighting the goat for now. Okay. Yeah, that's better. There's a little bit of, I feel like gravity is happening there. That's better. Nice. Well, at least now that it's a more functional thing to try to do, people will try to do it that way. I could make this even more prohibitive by trying to do maybe this. That feels very... We'll see. Oh, you can totally do it. Well then. Maybe we don't need all of these. Maybe we could just do this. I don't know why we would do that, but it might just be a bit more... I don't know. Nicer to look at. Something like that? I don't know. These vines aren't finished yet, but... Oh, you could definitely try. Oh, because it's a big rectangle. You can't touch anywhere in there. You know, I could give them all rectangles. I could make them not composites. It would just be, I think it would be a little bit, what's the word? Excessive? Right now I've got a box collider because it's a series of rectangles, right? So as long as I don't mind having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 box colliders, then I'm okay with it. The only problem with this is I don't think that these get resolved as rectangles at any point. They're polygon shapes. There is an import setting, I think, to make it go not as a polygon shape, but as a rectangle. I'm not sure how that happens. Oh no, that's just the composite collider. I can make it polygons or outlines. The alternative is just we try to use these colliders as the colliders. We try to like create some alternate way of doing this where we hijack the collider's shape. But no, we can't because we need rectangular colliders everywhere. I'd need to change Retrobox. I might make it like a to-do, you know, just to update Retrobox to support other kinds of colliders. We can do something like this. So it doesn't have to look crazy. It's just that the area that we interact with has to be rectangular. Cool. It's good. It's interesting. We've got different things in the levels, you know? Hey, Ebenezer. Welcome. Hey, Twanlin. Welcome. How's it going, everyone? So like, yeah, I was thinking of having something like this. Just place some vines in different places around the level. I really love the decision I made here to make them a tile map. It makes it a lot faster. Distance seems too short. I mean, you can kind of, not really. You have to sort of, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Point made. I could make it so that it's kind of like, All right, I'll just do what we're doing. Huh. Get out of here. Uh-oh. Cool. You can so definitely cheese it with this. It's not good. I mean, that's some skill stuff. That's some Smash Brothers something. I don't know. I feel kind of... Is it intended to be obvious? It's a good question. It is intended to be obvious. It's more of a puzzle thing. So it's like not obvious. It's supposed to be like, figure it out. What did you just get from the enemy? Did you get a move that lets you do this? Maybe you could try that. You know, it's like a figure it out kind of thing. Oof, that does not very good. Why is that doing that? Yeah, the dash having a thing where you like I'm not against that. Having it like have a what's the word? Like breakable stuff that the dash breaks. But I wouldn't put it in front of this and have the vines. I'm trying to teach you like a soft skill, not a soft skill, but like a skill that's, what's the word? It's not like this is an RPG where fire beats grass. You know what I mean? It's more like use the tools I've given you, figure it out. It's like that. You know, I want you to sort of try stuff and just see what happens. You know, if you can make it, that's the, like, you know, it's kind of like the Tears of the Kingdom puzzles. You know, they're not like prohibitive on how you solve them. They're just there and you can solve them however you can try, you know? I could disable the green move. I might just have this room not have the green move, you know? That would be the other way to do it. Just don't do it, you know, just don't add it. Now, the level that we're working on right now, where is it? This is called Flame Charge A. There it is. Cool. It is pretty cool, isn't it? I like it. It does what it needs to do. So now we can just kind of stitch these together. Da-da-da. It's up in the top left, OG Tech. We got the ability. Let's go. Thank you, Pen Paul. Thank you. It's sort of, it's okay. It's work in progress. I might need a bit more to that system, but it's coming along. Everything's coming along, you know? It's custom. Yeah. That is pretty cool. This is definitely more in the ballpark of like what I want to show the player in the first 20 minutes of the game. That's the kind of thing that I want to do. It's this stuff. This level of like getting you doing some really cool shit really early. Maybe it's... I did want there to be progression, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. These are some really cool abilities, you know? They're some of the more cool ones. You will have all the powers later. Well, you know, you'll have access to more of them. The other way to do this would be to make the backflip have a bigger hurt box. You know? That's true. The demo doesn't have to be 1-to-1. So, yeah. Now, you might not be able to make that jump just because you'll hurt yourself on the vines on the way through. There you go. Solved. Can you do this? No. But you know what? You might be able to do this. Oh! We're not supposed to do that, but... I just need to make it significantly hard enough for you not to try it if you're a casual gamer. That's basically it. If you're casual, you just need to, you know, go, oh, that's not the way it's supposed to be. If you're like ridiculous, if you're like some kid who loves to figure out speedrunning and hard tech and stuff, sure. I'll make it just hard enough for you to like sit here and try it for like... Okay, alright. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I broke it. Now, the other thing I can do is make it go higher. Just pitch it up a little bit. And then extend that hurt box even further. Now there's no way. You just won't. I don't think it's possible now. Yeah, you're gonna hate yourself. Can you easily prevent ledge grab? I can remove the ledges. Yeah, I can remove them. Probably. I might have to like manually remove them. Oh, wait, why is there 4 ledges there? Excuse me? What? Okay, well, I'll have to fix that. One, two. 1, 2. Now there are no ledges there. It's pretty hard. You kind of have to jump higher. Yeah, good. I mean, it just shouldn't be that useful. It can't be used for everything. It's a very high jump though. That's the actual dangerous part of this, is that you can really get a lot higher. Maybe I can nerf it horizontally or vertically. What do you think I should do? In fact, now... It's not so bad. That's fine. I think because I had previously made it so that some of these jumps were like you could combo up, down, left, right, and do the powers and stuff. Now, I don't think you'll be able to really do any of that because I've made it so that you can't get a second hit unless you do... yeah, like that's doable. It shouldn't be. I'll have to put thorns there. But that's fun. That's, you know, that's the game. What's this called? This is Chasm. Or some say Cosm. I'm going to need to make these part of the tile set, I think. I don't want to do this like this every time. Koi Coda, thank you so much for the resub. Cheers, bud. That's kind of a cool idea, doing it just more like that. I need it to be kind of in front though. Okay. So this is the problem, is that now, where there are thorns, I need to grab these two things and paste them here. So they need to be in the rule tile, I think. Otherwise, it's going to be really... I'm going to have to be copying and pasting that a lot. What is this? Play. Why is it trying to play that? Oh, because I didn't make it say play on awake. Oof. Oh, you don't even have it. Okay, good. So let's try to cheese this thing. You can certainly try. Oh, it's, you know... If it wasn't for those vines there. This game, man. It's just inviting the player to do it. I know I can do it. It's so close. If I could just get hurt a little bit further towards it, he'll catch the ledge. He will do it. Oh. Do I do that instead? Do I go for the run? Try to get the roll momentum? If I can do it and go straight off. No. No. Man, Turtle Burgle is going to love this stuff. I should put this stuff in the alpha and just let him do it. Just let someone else try to do it. I think I will. All right. I am gonna head out But yeah, I might need to. I was thinking about this. I think what I'm going to do is create a feature test room that is just, it's not for feedback per se. It's just like a play what I'm making on stream, you know? It's just something like that. And you can give me feedback in chat, but it's just like, it doesn't need to be whatever. Cool. Whistlu, thank you so much for the follow. All right. This is so fun. This is cool. I'm gonna pursue this more. I have to go now. Let's go raid somebody. If we can do that. Mr. Near, thank you so much for the follow. Anyone else who's not following, now's your chance. I'm about to head out. Let's raid Bowman Dev. Seems cool. That's it. Get him in there. What are we doing? Let's raid Bowman Dev. Thank you, everybody. If you're not on our Twitch stream, you can join us on Twitch at twitch.tv/AdamCUnis right now to go find Bowman Dev and remain with the chat. And then, if you're on Twitch and you want to see more of my content, go to my YouTube channel and you can watch my shorts and my lives and all that stuff. My VODs. You can watch bloody time lapses and tutorials and devlogs and what else are they called? You know what I'm talking about. Go enjoy the content. That's it. If you like all that content and you're enjoying it and you have the means to, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/AdamCUnis. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. Have a great weekend. Until next time.